Hello and welcome everybody. If you can hear my cat in the background, I apologize. There seems to be a few connection issues going on, so if that continues, I apologize. But otherwise, hello, welcome to another stream of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Today we are going to figure out building logistics, I think, is the plan. I did go over a couple bits and pieces with AB to try and figure out what I needed to do. But otherwise, let's get into it, shall we? Just give me a moment to switch these things over so that I can actually see what's going on. Yeah, hopefully there won't be too many connection issues. If there are, I am recording the stream. It will end up on YouTube in its entirety, so do not worry about that. Yeah. Alrighty. Let me load up the game, I guess. I don't know how the connection issues are going to work out. I'm really hoping they aren't going to be too bad today, but since the hailstorm, it's been pretty interesting, and that was last Monday. So yeah. Alright, so I'm going to be going over a lot of the management stuff for today. If I can do some exploring, I will, but I am not holding my breath on whether or not that happens. If at any point someone or many people decide to tell me that the logistical stuff isn't particularly interesting, I will attempt to get that done off stream, and we will focus on the exploration and story stuff. So yeah, let me know. I will adjust as necessary, and hopefully that makes it more enjoyable for people to watch. But yeah, figured I'd put that out in the open, just in case people wanted to have a chat about it. If anyone has tips on things that I need to do for the logistics stuff, I am more than happy to listen to that as well, or have a read of it, depending on where you're putting it. But yeah, I did want to go over all of that. Alright. So, let us attempt to give this a go, shall we? I would like to bring Rigel out a bit more too, so I'm hoping to get some stuff done with him. I would also like to go find Wooljeff, figure out where he went. Hoping that he is okay. But, you know. Alright, the one thing that I never did ask AP about was, how do I even get to the demon armies that aren't, attached to a road? Because I would like to make sure that they're not slowly encroaching on my buildings. For obvious reasons. Oh, they are on a road. I just need peeps to come out from the city. Okay, I'm blind. Got it. Alright, so for things that I want to do, development, no. Other, no. You can tell that I've completely lost stuff. How do we do this again? Okay, we need to click on the thing. Okay, got it. Okay, so we've already got an archery range, a smithy, an arsenal, a main barracks, and a supply center here. I would like to build a sanctuary, so I'm going to do that. Because having corruption build up sounds like a bad thing, and I have never made it to corruption level 1. So, build. I believe we want... Sanctuary increases energy point income. Or is it shelter? Shelter is what I want. I mean, I think I can do both. And we can buy more of this resource if we need to. So, that's fine. So... Shelter... Chuck that over there. Sanctuary... That'll take 3 days, that's fine. Just feel like energy resource. Right up there. Alright. Could spend all of my money on this. I'm sure it's fine. How about... grab that many. We'll see what we can do, like, army recruitment-wise, because I would like to get demon armies in the surrounding area under control-ish. Alrighty, so jump out of here. Alright, so... that makes it have more time on the... like... thing. Yeah, connection issues are going to continue to be bad. I apologize. Okay. Comfortable inn with a stable and warehouse must for attracting merchants. Increases finance point income by 200 if there are no buildings that provide recruitment growth in the vault. I mean, this one is right next to Drezen, so it might be worth doing the inn. I definitely want a supply center. Supply center increases material points, income. Which one's material points? Material points is that one. Up that. Finance points would be this one. Hospital would probably be a good one, and maybe a watchtower. Wait. Yeah, that is a hospital. Cool. There we go. Done. Can't do anything with that. 1, 2. What is that? Demon armies over here are a bit interesting. Can't do anything with the first town. Canabras? Yeah. Gargoyle Canyon. Okay, so this one is quite a ways away, and I'm a little concerned about it. So maybe a citadel would be good here. And a watchtower. Obviously, we want a supply center. Chuck a citadel. Plus 10 bonus energy for all generals. Tempting. Okay, so we have this one and this one. Villareth Ford Outpost. Garrison barracks increases recruitment growth for the main barracks by 25%. Only one garrison barracks can be built in each fort. Okay. A citadel. Watchtower. Realized that wasn't a citadel. It was the supply thingy. I'm good at this. I'm basically just gonna keep prepping places so that, like, they're helpful. Maybe we grab an archery range over this way. Okay. These guys. Hamlet of Sork. Build. It's going to be much the same. We get one of these. 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 And then... I'd be interested to find out if the watchtowers stack. I don't really know. So... I have an inn here for at the moment, because I've got nothing else that's boosting stuff. And it's going to take a few days for that to actually go. So that'll be good. Alright, so that's done. Let us... Alright, Crusader Army 2. You are a power 4. It's probably worth, like, recruiting some more dudes. Because the scouts are not going to do well. Don't know what this place is. Okay. Power 6, power 5, power 4s. I'm a little worried about this group of people. I'm hoping that they have to go up through here to do anything to me. There are many a demon army. Got it. Alright, so these guys... Close. Let's do some recruitment. Good chunk of dudes. Go. We can recruit these guys to our main army. That's fine. Okay, so now they're at a power 5. How about we go take out some dudes? Okay. At the very least, we can level these guys up, which will be good. Which I believe this general is not leveled up much at all. Been focusing on my mage mans. Alright, what do we got? Flare. Does confusion. All enemy infantry ranged or cavalry units receive a -1 plus generals level divided by 6 and AC, saving throw, and saving throws for 3 rounds. This is such understandable. That's gonna do dick all. Got it. Blow through. Units affected by the effect. So the next full penalty to attack. Next attack. Units next melee attack will deal full damage to the target and half attack damage to all enemy units in a cone behind the target. Rude. Got it. So he does 2 attacks by the look of it. Oh, they're gonna wander up to the front line. Real fucking quick. I swear I just sacrificed the scouts and hope for the best. Yeah, that's fair. I was hopeful. Slow, okay. spread these guys out a little bit. Already going to lose a lot of dudes. Got one, that's fine. Fucking rude. What are these guys doing? Oh, pricks. You fucking would, wouldn't ya? Yes. They fucking would. Would have preferred if they brought the archers back. Oh well. Capturing Drezen, the Crusaders raised the 3 morale banners on the city walls. Banner of victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over a demon army in the lands of Bath, Grey Road, Lake Lost to the Sun, and Winter Sunlands regions add 6 days to the time. The banner of victory stays green. Banner of conquest stays green while you capture demon forts. Each capture of a demon fort in lands of previously mentioned add 30 days to the banner of conquest stays green. Claiming forts that were previously lost does not affect the banner of conquest. Banner of defense remains green as long as none of your forts are under siege. If any of your forts is besieged, the banner of defense turns yellow for 3 days, then turns red. As long as any fort remains captured by the demons, the banner remains red. Banner still affect the daily change of crusade morale. The red banner decreases morale by 3 per day. A yellow or green increases it by 1. Cool. Warriors have discovered that what attracted such a horde of monsters, an impressive ambulant laboratory belonging to some insane alchemist. The laboratory had been mercilessly plundered, and the jars of elixirs and ingredients bore sinister holes through which the hideous creatures had consumed their contents, like some exquisite nectar. Luckily, some of the alchemist's inventory survived and now belongs to the Crusaders. Woo! 60 energy points. Okay. Okay. That's an interesting path. Global map is split into a number of regions. To capture a region, you must free all of the forts located in that region. You can construct buildings in forts you have freed. Forts can be upgraded, thus increasing the number of squares available for construction. Cool. Gang of cutthroats who sold their conscience for demon gold has been destroyed. Their chief, a battle-hardened, scar-ridden mercenary laden with valuable artifacts, is hanging in the noose. The trophies he received for murder will come in useful for the Crusaders. Braces of Heavy Hand. These braces grant the wearer a +3 bonus on damage rolls with the offhand weapon when dual wielding or wielding two-handed melee weapon, for example, a double weapon. Nice. Alright. So... basically, I just want to be keeping things away from my dudes. So... guessing this is the border of a section. If I clear out these guys, we'll have an easier time. That's the guess anyway. Sup? Defeating the horde of flying monsters swooping from the sky, many crusaders got thinking that the battle tactics they know are not always suited to demon confrontation. With every new battle, the army gains invaluable experience, and soldiers are eager to learn for their lives depend on it. Okay. We'll go do this guy, and then we'll start heading back this way, I think, because I think it's not going to let me go this way. Which is fine. Sup? We'll have to skip a couple days too. So, there's that. I didn't even check what was here. Labrazoo. There's for axe thrower. Axe thrower. Okay. Well, seeing as there's axe throwers. Go with the smaller group first, I think. Go. You can get to pretty much anyone. Sacrificing scouts sounds like a terrible plan. Alright. Unit apply attack. Unit's attacks apply a stacking disease to the target that applies cumulative -3 penalty to strength each round. And teleport to an unoccupied square instead of moving. Oh! That's gonna be annoying. They have a lot of health too. Basically, burn them down. I really want to go for the axe throwers, but that's gonna screw me. The axe throwers can be a next turn problem. Yeah. Yeah, they worth nothing. Yep, cool, there goes my archers. Oh. Rude. I mean, he at least has a chance of actually doing damage over here. Yeah. Do it again. Will you stop that? Bye. Yeah, that sucked. This army's fucked. There we go. Well, at least I got my Hell Knights and whatnot back. Just gonna have to deal with not having any archers. This is fine. Get some more archers in a bit. The idea was just to clear out some dudes. The army of Baphomet's cultists that gained a foothold in Green Gates has been defeated. Ahead of the army, scouts rush to the half-destroyed fort, looking vigilantly for ambushes and traps. Okay, cool. What have we got? General has a 5% bonus to energy recovery per level of this feat. General casts spells with the arcane descriptor as if he had +5 bonus to power per level of this feat. Probably this one. No move left. Oh, you had a level up as well. That's nice. Right. Weakening trap, explosive trap, ice bomb. Power times power plus 5d4. Power at the moment is 4. So it'd be 16, 21d4 cold damage to target and inflicts a -1 penalty to speed for 1 round. Siege ability with a cold effect. 21 times 2d10 fire damage to the activating unit. So 42d10? Is that... Am I reading that wrong? Target point within range. So they'd have to walk over it. Interesting. Could be good. 16, 21d8 physical damage to target unit. This is a siege ability. 16d8. That's not bad. This one is very situational. Guaranteed ability cure wounds. Ooh, that's nice. Guaranteed damage. Guaranteed damage with an additional effect, or very situational. Poisons the activating unit and inflicts a -2 plus 4, so 6 divided by 20. Penalty to attack for 2 rounds. So that's not going to do much for a very long time. This will help with getting rid of ranged units. This will help with getting rid of melee units that don't teleport. I don't understand how this works, unfortunately. I do need some, like, instantaneous damage to help. So I might go with Stone Throw. Explosive Trap looks fucking silly, but I don't know how well that's gonna work out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with Stone Throw. Okay. We're not going after the Power 5 team army. That sounds like a terrible plan. Wee. Can we take any of these dudes? No, we cannot. There's only 2 of them anyway. That doesn't help us. Okay. I can pick up these dudes now. And just have them sitting here waiting for the other army to get back. There we go. Just so they're ready to go. Alright. So, in regard to, like, decrees and stuff, I'm going to need to skip some time to do that. Forming a diplomatic council. The crusade depends on the support of Nerosian and foreign countries. A diplomatic council will see to it that no political problems interfere with the regular inflow of gold and recruits to Drezen. Diplomatic council is assembled and awaits the commander at the headquarters for the first meeting. Okay. Forming a military council. A council of officers seasoned in the art of war will help the commander to implement new tactics and diversify her army's ranks with more skilled units. The military council is assembled and awaits the commander at the headquarters for the first meeting. One can command a small unit alone, but to manage an army, one needs a staff council. Surrounded by experienced advisors, the commander will be able to make decisions affecting the life and morale of the entire army. The staff council is assembled and awaits the commander at the headquarters for the first meeting. The success of military action depends on a regular supply of everything troops need and the judicious distribution of resources. The Logistic Council, made up of experienced officers, will ensure there is no chaos in the army while the commander's attention is focused on the front line. Cool. We'll need to meet with them as well. Done. Okay. By upgrading an outpost to a bastion, the commander will expand its territory for buildings as well as allow the construction of advanced structures there. One fort of the outpost level with at least 3 out of 4 construction slots filled can be upgraded to a bastion level. Okay. Don't think I can do that one at the moment. Scouts cannot work out how the demon army picks its way through advanced units to be able to suddenly attack the Crusader forces. Recently, another suspicious incident took place. Some scouts did not return from their mission to explore the territory to the south of Drezen. More thorough reconnaissance of the region is needed. Probably the source of the demon apparition is in there somewhere. Okay. We can give it a look, I guess. Scouts have conducted a search for their missing comrades. Okay, so this one requires logistics. Where are we sitting? Oh, I need to talk to them before we can do that. Okay, cool. So I'll jump out of here. Alright. Sorry if the sound cuts out. I'm just gonna reset a couple things and hopefully that's not going to break anything. Alrighty. Selkind, or Sealkind, before you stands a tall, fit man whose dark hair is already tinged with grey. He greets you with a brisk military salute. My name is Captain Sealkind. I command the vanguard of a mercenary group called the Blackstone Company. We've come from Andoran to assist you. Andoran. Nation of people is a nation of the people governed by the principles of common rule, which grants every citizen a voice. Andoran holds the reins of its own destiny in the strong hands of its people. It considers itself the birthplace of freedom. Neat. I want to know more about your unit. The Blackstone Company is proud to be recognized as one of the finest Andoran mercenary regiments. We're not a bunch of unscrupulous sellswords looking to oppress the innocent and serve the tyrants of the world. No, we're adventurers, eager to get involved in a dangerous enterprise and leave it with pockets full of gold. And a clear conscience. Which is why we held a vote among our units. We were glad to accept Queen Galfrey's invitation to join the crusade, though some of our commanders did voice their displeasure with the sum she offered. But like I said, we Andorans are a free people who cannot be pushed around and who cannot be bought, only convinced. Okay, why'd you join up with us? Queen Galfrey paid for our services, but please do not think we're fighting for gold alone. We are true sons and daughters of Andoran, so the ideals of equality and resisting enslavement ring true in our hearts. We will be glad to stand in the way of demons who seek to force mortal kind into bondage. The bulk of our company made camp in Nerosian, but the vanguard, consisting of our finest soldiers, if I may add, was put under your command. Okay. Want to know more about you, Captain Sealkin? The man flashes a genuine smile. I don't even know what to say. I am a soldier, a bit of an explorer, and just an all-round honest man. Alright, get on with your duties, I guess. Yes, ma'am. Glad to be under your command. Captain Silken salutes you again, smiles, and adds in a softer voice, "It will be an honor to serve you, Commander. If you have any questions, let me know. If you need to talk, I'd be happy to lend an ear." Oh, hey! Erebet said that we're under threat from demons with unusual abilities, like that Nabazu that attacked your army at the Lost Chapel. They're very powerful, and they're growing in number. You haven't found out where they're coming from, have you? No, we have not. Urishale looks around shyly and continues, lowering her voice, as if entrusting you with a personal secret. I'm not sure, but I think I have a lead. I know where to find someone who can lead us to the source of their power. Okay, who are you talking about? A hag by the name of Jerunica? She used to live here before the fall of Sarkoris, but when the demons invaded this world, she happily took their side. The old cannibal knows many secrets, you just have to make her talk. Does this Jerunica also have special powers? Her? I doubt it, but still be careful. She is a very old, very sly creature, and she's incredibly dangerous. Where can I find this informer of yours? The place is called Green Gates. I'll show you how to get there. Green Gates has been revealed. Long ago, before the World Wound, there was a Sarkorian fortress there. Then Crusaders built a small chapel. But for many, many years, the place has been home to nothing but abomination and squalor. Okay, how did you find out about this? Urishale quickly looks at the faces of those present and seems to curl in on herself. Quietly, almost whispering, she says, "That is a long story. I will tell you when we get there, alright? Alright, thanks for the tip." Happy to help. It's just... Urishale looks around cautiously again and lowers her voice. "You won't go there without me, will you? I want to personally make sure this monster doesn't escape you." Oh, hi, Troop. How you doing? Grandma Gretlin lowers herself into a bow. "Good day, your commandership. It is we, the artistic board of the Next Door Theatre. We are still working on our piece about your heroism. We have even taken on a few new crew members. We now have a master of stage equipment and scenery. It's my granddaughter, Tina. Tina, say hello to her commandership." "We are faced with another dilemma. We simply cannot decide on a climactic moment for the act that's all about the Battle of Drezen. Here, you listen to the options." Grandma Gretlin holds up a scroll before her eyes and begins to read, running a gnarled finger along each line. Option 1. The commander, so that's you, launches herself out of a catapult and smashes down the fortress wall, allowing the armies to rush inside. Option 2. The commander, so that's you again, masquerades as a Balor and creeps into Drezen in disguise, and then opens the gates to the Crusaders. Option 3. The commander, so that's you again, rides to the attack on an enormous mountain goat, or should we call it a battering ram, and it breaks down the city gates. Well, what do you say? I like the version where I launch myself out of a catapult. Cross-dressing as a Balor version is the best one, surely. I like the version where I ride on the back of an enormous mountain goat. But where are you going to get a goat that size? You decide. It's your show after all. Guards, get these clowns out of here. Actually, out of Drezen altogether. I like the goat one just for the battering ram pun. We're still working on that part, your commandership. It's hard to get a goat in the middle of the World Wound, especially an enormous one, but we'll think of something. Don't you worry. Okay, I look forward to seeing this play. I honestly do. Grandma Gretlin and her entourage move away, but their voices project so well that you can easily hear the rest of the conversation. Do you think the commander will mind if we add the goat and the catapult to the show? That way, the bit where she breaks down the gates will make for much better drama. Did you forget that the role of the commander is being played by a Cyclops? How are we going to launch Lambkin out of a catapult? Where are we going to find a catapult that won't just break under his weight? Calm yourself, Tenor. It's just a minor snag. You can't achieve success without a few difficulties along the way. We'll think of something. You'll see. Oh, hi, Nenio. No, that is not Nenio. It is another Kitsune. A sharp-looking Kitsune gives you a quick, business-like bow. Commander, the matters before us are urgent, so let's not stand on ceremony. I am Lady Konomi, the official attaché of Nerosian. Here are my credentials. She presents a scroll adorned with Galfrey's seal. Her Majesty has instructed me to lead your headquarters diplomatic council. Okay. Honestly, I was surprised when Lady Konomi asked me to join this council, but I will do my best to fill the shoes of a trained diplomat. Yeah, strange. I got invited to the council too. I'm sure foreign ambassadors will be thrilled to see my face and my manners. Lady Konomi, you haven't mistaken me for some other Crusader land, have you? I, like many nobles, have been trained in diplomacy, and in fact, I hold the title of Royal Emissary. It is passed down the Aronde line. I must say that prior to this day, I employed my diplomatic skills solely to undermine Mendev's international reputation. It is time to break the habit. I imagine preventing international scandals will be just as interesting as causing them. Who knows? I might even enjoy it. Okay. What's the Diplomatic Council and why do I need it? To solve matters of politics, of course. The Crusade is more than just battles and sieges. It is the largest military project in all of Aveston, funded by the treasuries of more than a dozen major powers. And each one of those powers, in addition to seeking victory over demons, also pursues its own goals. The Diplomatic Council will manage this tangle of political interests and prevent the Crusade from losing the favor of influential benefactors. And while we're at it, ensure that Nerosian remains satisfied with the state of affairs. After all, for the last 100 years, the entirety of Mendevian politics has revolved around the Crusades in some shape or form. That is why the capital has sent me here, to observe, offer suggestions, and keep the diplomatic situation under control. I see. You've been sent to keep an eye on me. Whatever gave you that idea, Commander? I'm not an overseer, I am your loyal advisor. I do not intend to meddle in the way you run things, just consult with you in cases where the price of error is too high. Put your trust in me and we'll get along swimmingly. After all, none of us here want to see Cheliax and Druma at each other's throats, trying to settle their dispute by using their influence on us as political leverage. Am I wrong? And I doubt you would like it if we made enemies in the ranks of Nerosian nobility who would attempt to undermine your war effort. This won't happen as long as you trust my experience. Alright, tell me more about the Royal Council. What is it? The Royal Council, operating under Her Majesty, is the highest governing body in Mendev and comprises her most able and trusted servants. It is responsible for day-to-day matters of state. They are the hands and the voice of the Queen. The council has gathered people from all walks of life. Some of them are nobles, but many more are citizens of humble origins who earned their position through their wit. Many are rich, but a fair number of them are of more humble means. Some are pious and pure of heart, like Lord Inquisitor Kasori and Captain Jasper of the Crusader Heralds. Others are more flexible and ambitious, but each of them faithfully serves Mendev's cause. Okay. I have a question about the composition of this council. Do you find someone's presence surprising? Social has never had to deal with diplomatic concerns before. That won't be a problem. In my homeland, Tianzia inviting clerics and paladins of Shaylin, the Lady of Chrysanthemums, to take part in diplomatic missions is commonplace. They may not be politicians, but they are perceptive, advocate peace, and favor balanced solutions. Okay, that makes sense. I'm flattered by the respect that the worshippers of my goddess receive in Lady Konomi's homeland. Socio bows his head courteously. I won't let you down, Nix, and I'll make every effort to prevent our friends from becoming our enemies. Why did you want Dayron to take part in the council? Why? Because of Count Arunde's influence naturally. He is a Mandevian aristocrat. The nobility will be inclined to listen to his opinion, and by ensuring the support of the nobles, we'll find ourselves powerful allies. Dayron sneers back at her. Oh, believe me, Lady Kenobi, I will exert all my effort and influence to make the council's job exciting. Why did you choose Lan to join the council? We diplomats call this little trick Mysterious Garundi Prince. Uh-huh. During negotiations, it's always useful to have one on your side, a representative of some obscure but potentially populous and powerful nation. Without knowing what they're up against and how many mongrels there are, our diplomatic partners will have to contend with this dark horse. Interesting. So, Mr. Land will be our mongrel prince. If we're negotiating with foreign ambassadors and I make this sign, Lady Konami crosses her fingers in an intricate gesture, you immediately start talking about how offensive their proposition is to the mongrel people. Do we have a deal, Mr. Lan? Lan scoffs and glowers at Lady Konami. I suspected that the word diplomat was synonymous with fraud, but I thought you would be deceiving me, not deceiving others with my help. No, that's not an option. I can represent the mongrels in negotiations, but I'm not going to lie through my teeth. Okay. Tell me about yourself, Lady Konami. Who are you? Lady Konami lowers her eyes in a show of modesty. It is unbecoming of a diplomat to talk about themselves at length, but how am I to refuse you? I come from Tianzia, from the noble Kitsune. Like any Kitsune, I have always been curious to a fault, and my adventures brought me to Aveston. And here in your lands, I met my first and true love, politics. I have served as a diplomat in the courts of 6 different sovereigns, but working for Her Majesty turned out to be the most interesting of all. Such riveting webs of intrigues and interests are spun around the Crusade and the World Wound. Alright, everything's clear to me now, I guess. In that case, why don't we discuss our first pressing diplomatic issue? Yep, what's on the council's agenda today? I hate to say it, Commander, but not everyone in Nerosian is pleased with your progress. Some believe that, to use their words, you are out of control and fancy yourself an independent leader. It wouldn't surprise me if you encountered supply disruptions in the near future. I would suggest quelling their anger. Show the capital you haven't forgotten about the chain of command. For example, you could hold a parade in honor of Her Majesty. If we need to demonstrate that we're keeping Nerosian in mind, why don't we invite the capital's high priest to Drezen for a religious festival? It'll be appropriate, and the church's support will shield us from the accusations of schemers. Pander to the naysayers? I think not. I propose we hold a parade in your honor, Nix. This is your victory, and if Cousin Galfrey wants to show off in front of the soldiers, she's welcome to capture something of her own. Lan's eyes flash with anger. Are they out of their mind? We've got a whole Drezen full of soldiers who need medicine, food, and weapons. Until everyone has been taken care of, we can't waste a single coin on pointless celebrations. Okay. What did I do to incur Nerosian discontent? You were too good. You reclaimed Canabras, you won the Battle of Drezen, you're a menace to the World Wound. Your authority grows and the influence of the Queen's confidence diminishes. Wait. Your authority grows and the influence of the Queen's confidence diminishes. This creates the impression that there's only enough space for you at the top. The members of the Royal Council are afraid that you will muscle them out of the political arena altogether. After all, if you're doing so well, maybe Her Majesty doesn't need them that much, therefore they might try to discredit you. Impede your war effort, reduce the scale of your victories, make some concessions, and they'll see that you're open to negotiations. Okay, I want to hear the opinions of my advisors. Actually. Unlocks the Religious feast. Decree. Commander's parade. Helping those in need. Royal parade. Okay. I want to hear the opinions of my advisors. Lady Kenobi gives you a look of surprise. Whatever for? Aren't the wishes of the capital obvious enough? Although, very well, let us hear their counsel. Social, how does inviting the High Priest to a festival help us? Without a doubt, we should remain loyal to the Queen and respect the hierarchy, but that doesn't mean we have to kowtow to the Royal Council whenever they ask. I think we should neither do their bidding nor seek to quarrel with them. Rather, we should try to take the middle path. Oh, good, it dropped out again. Good job, stream. We love it. The High Priest of Nerosian is a powerful figure, yet he's not a schemer or a politician. By inviting him to the festival, we'll both show that we're not cutting ties with Nerosian, and let them know that we have influential friends and are not about to buckle under the Royal Council. Darren, what's the point of taunting the capital by throwing a parade in my honor? There is a fine line between taunting and setting boundaries, and between showing respect and putting on a collar. Mind you, I'm not suggesting anything treasonous or disrespectful. A parade in the honor of the true heroine of Drezen and Canabris. What could be more natural than that? Besides, a healthy amount of disobedience guarantees that people won't pester you with lectures and nonsense as often. A dozen tutors responsible for my upbringing can attest to that. Thank you, Darren. Provoking the capital will be unwise. We're trying to avoid unpleasant consequences, not expedite them. I'm sure that was merely an extravagant jest on the Count's part. Yeah, I don't think so. Lan, do you think ignoring the capital's worries is a good idea? And what are they going to do about it? We're the ones protecting them from the demons, not the other way around. Having loyalties from the capital is great, but there are more important things. Like having the loyalty of our soldiers. When the demons come, what will we do? Shake our fists and say we've got powerful friends in Nerosian? Why, that's true. Who needs to stay friends with those who supply you with provisions, recruits, and weapons? And there's certainly no reason to fear that base jealousy and envy at the sight of your glory might get the better of their common sense, because that has never happened before. Yeah. Lady Konami, what good will a parade in Her Majesty's honor do? It will be symbolic and affordable, show them how much you respect and value Her Majesty, make a curtsy to those who pay for your arrows, swords, and bread. The Royal Council has power. You wouldn't want to turn those patrons into adversaries and test whose influence is greater, yours or theirs. Please them and they will stop worrying about your loyalty, and you will be able to focus on your war. So let me get this straight. Hiding behind our backs and buying their safety from the demon invasion with bread and other people's lives is the new form of charity. Are you sure we shouldn't go to them, drop to our knees, and thank them for allowing us to die in this war? Lan, well, you're not wrong. That's not how diplomacy works. Alright, everything's clear. Finance points income increased by 10% for 30 days. Okay. Crusade morale increased by 10 or by 20 if Crusade morale is below 0. Cost of recruiting mercenary units reduces by 7.5%. Material points income reduces by 25% for 30 days. Ew. Energy points income increases by 20%, and finance points income reduces by 10% for 30 days. This is the only one with no downsides. And I kind of like not having downsides. Energy points is quite nice though. Let's just go with hold a parade in Her Majesty's honor. For the moment, this should be fine. Glad you have listened to my proposal. Making friends in the Royal Council will go a long way. I hope so. It's good that we've got off on the right foot, Commander. There will be plenty more issues requiring your decision soon, but I do not doubt that we will handle them as expediently? Just as expediently. Okay, yep. Next. Hello. You have an artwork. That's nice. Captain Odin. Tall, gaunt half-elf salutes you solemnly. Commander, it is an honor to call this first meeting of the Military Council to order. I am Captain Odin, and I've been serving under your command ever since the assault on the Grey Garrison. I will do my best to be of as much use to you as possible in this role. Okay. The foundation of the military is cold calculation and discipline. These are the principles I will seek to impart to the Crusaders. If we are to win this war, we must forget about mercy for our enemies, for our troops, and for ourselves. Yeah, that makes sense for the Hell Knight. That's completely on brand. Got it. Well, Commander, your sister Sela is no renowned general, but she spent half her life tussling with evil. It looks like I'll be stepping up on behalf of all of Iomede's faithful here. I hope my advice will prove useful. Okay. Demons aren't the first invaders to come to the lands of Sarkoris. I know this country, and I know how people used to fight here in the old days. Listen to me, War Chief, and I'll tell you how to turn the land itself into our ally. Okay, that's interesting. The first issue on the Military Council's agenda is the reorganization of troops. Our inventory has been bled dry. The forces Her Majesty granted to us were enough to take Drezen, but we'll need more troops to hold it. Furthermore, the army was assembled in great haste after the assault on Canabras and was never adequately equipped. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for redeployment. Our scouts report that a powerful Balor Koramzadeh is already preparing a retaliatory strike on Drezen, but we can rely on freshly conscripted Mendevian soldiers. They may not have the skill, but our strength is, as always, lies in the number and fervor of the volunteers joining the Crusades. Balor Koramzadeh is one of Deskari's most powerful generals, but his personal might is not the only reason why he poses such a threat in combat. They call him the World-Rune Strategist, for he is the shrewdest general among demonkind. Not too long ago, he oversaw one of the most successful assaults on Canabras and nearly destroyed the Wardstone, an achievement that only Lord Deskari himself was able to claim in the end. Okay. We can't throw everyone into the meat grinder. We'll just get our youths killed for nothing. We need to select the best among the recruits, or even better, hold a contest. The bravest and most capable will join the Crusaders. The death count is always highest in the infantry. Its purpose is to serve as a shield. It would be wise to invest our resources in hiring and training heavy footmen with shields to ensure maximum protection, even if it limits their mobility and makes them less threatening to the enemy. Never enough folks. Same in war as it is in peacetime. We dealt with that problem by finding helpers among the animals. Why can't we do the same now? Strengthen the infantry with war dogs. One soldier with a dog at his side is more like 1.5 fighters, maybe even 2. Okay. Captain Odin, what does the military council do? The military council determines the strategy for our troops, enacts army reforms, approves new equipment standards, and makes decisions on all issues regarding military action on the front lines. Alright, who is this Balor? The most trusted servant of the Demon Lord Discari. Among the historians of Mendevian crusades, he's known as the strategist of the World Wound. He's not as renowned as Monago, the conqueror of Drezen, or Hepzibah, daughter of Baphomet, but he has claimed the most major victories over the forces of Mendev. He's a general and quite possibly one of the best tacticians in the entire Abyss. I've been studying his style of warfare for years. He may seem like an ordinary demon, another typical war taskmaster, but that's a fallacy. Like a beast following a scent, he senses weaknesses in his enemies' defenses and strikes at them, sending soldiers to bring targeted carnage. His uncanny charisma attracts more and more soldiers to him, so he's never short on troops and sacrifices them like pawns whenever he pleases in order to achieve his victories. Koramzadeh is the face of the demon host. For many years, I've been gathering research on him, preparing for the day our armies would clash with his once more. I hope my council will help you defeat him, but so far, Koramzadeh has known no defeats. Okay. I have a question for my advisors. We're ready to answer any questions you may have, Commander. Tila, have you ever commanded an army before? Not on a scale like this, of course, but I've fought evil and I know its tricks. Besides, war makes people callous, and it's always useful to have a paladin advisor around you to remind you at a crucial moment what we're actually fighting for, right? Okay. Rachel, why did you wish to sit on the military council? I have command experience and I intend to impart to the Crusaders at least a modicum of discipline and rigidity of the Hell Knights. The quality of Mendevian staff currently available to you leaves much to be desired. Rachel glances at the wincing Captain Odin. That much is certain. Okay. Ulbrich, do you have military experience? Do I have experience? Ha! I fought on this land back when it was still called Sarkoris. I led my clan on raids against our neighbors, drove invaders from our land, and I went to war with my band against orcs and giants. What kind of Sarkorian would I be if I stood on the sidelines now? Fair enough. Who are you, Captain Odin? Captain Odin bows ceremoniously. I've served on the front lines of the Mendevian army for over 25 years, and in that time I've gained a wealth of combat experience. His voice sounds calm, but his face darkens at the moment of a wealth of combat experience. I'm considered one of the foremost experts on tactics and strategy in Queen Galfrey's officer corps. I've spent my whole life studying the craft of warfare, and I'm familiar with the thoughts of all prominent military leaders of the last 5 centuries. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly believe in the traditions of Mendev's military art, and I will gladly share my knowledge with you, Commander. Okay. I have no more questions. I want to hear the opinions of my advisors. Everyone looks at you expectantly. Seela, do we really need only the bravest and most capable in our infantry? I mean, we can't send untrained rookies to the slaughter. We have the right to command only those who are ready for battle, those who can defeat the enemy. We must find out who has the skill and the guts. Contests are perfect for that, and a little excitement for our warriors couldn't hurt either. We won't get that many winners, but their strength will come from their prowess, not their numbers. Okay. Your proposal would leave us with an infantry full of selfish risk-takers dreaming of glory and valor. That is bad material for a soldier. The infantry's role is to be a shield for the archers and mages. All they're required to do is follow orders and hold the line, unto victory or death. Ambitious loners cherry-picked through contests of skill are not fit to perform this duty. That is a fair point, unfortunately. Alright. Rachel, why do you insist on shield bearers? The infantry is a meat shield intended to catch the blade of the opposing army in its flesh. The shield must be reliable. That is all that is required of it. That is why I would like to see well-armored shield bearers as our foot soldiers. We must have the option of pitting ranks of footmen against a tide of rampaging demons, knowing with certainty that they will not scatter or die until they have completed their task. Yeah, I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, that's pretty on point. Ulrich, how will war dogs help our inventory? A loyal hound is more than just a set of sharp fangs. It's an extra pair of eyes, a keen nose, and another head. In a way, it's no soldier, but it's extra fighting power. Since we can't get any more human warriors from anywhere, we should swell the ranks with our four-legged fighters. But the doggos. I don't want to get doggos killed. That's rough. Oof. Captain Odan, you just want to gather up some recruits from Mendev? Yes. Institute a draft and try to amass as many new soldiers from Mendev and other lands as we can. We've always drawn our strength from our zeal and our determination to oppose evil. If we start holding contests or selections, we'll turn a holy crusade into a job for the chosen few and scare away future volunteers. If we try changing our tried and true tactics, we'll lose valuable time, and our army is in need of fresh blood right now. Okay. Footmen get turned into champions, shield bearers, hound masters, conscripts. Okay. Great swords. Okay, so 23 hit points, 39 hit points. That's actually kind of worse. That's bad. Not that. So, goes from that to heavy pick. And a lot more hit points. Oof. Okay. Yeah, they're slow. And they do slightly less damage, but they should be able to hold their own a bit better in not falling over. Okay, so from footmen, hound masters. Accompanied by their loyal dogs who lend their masters an extra pair of eyes as well as their powerful jaws, as deadly as any other weapon on the battlefield. Oh. So does this turn them into two for the price of one? Loyal and deadly, these dogs are eager to risk their lives for their masters. Ooh. Okay, two for the price of one sounds pretty damn good. I do like how much health the shield bearers have, though. So that's... Ooh. So they go from having 39 hit points to 45 hit points. And they can summon hounds that are equal to the number of hound masters that don't take up a slot in the army formation. Ooh, that's a difficult one. I would appreciate it if the footmen were less prone to dying. Like, sure, they don't do much damage, but less prone to dying sounds pretty damn good. I might go with Regal on this one. I'm sure that we will be able to get Hound Masters at some point, but for the moment, I feel like less deaths would be more advantageous. So let's go for Shield Bearers. Regal's expression remains impenetrable. I will monitor the recruiter's work and the preparations of all the necessary equipment. Yep. Captain Odin salutes you formally. Thank you for your time, Commander. When the reforms are finished, the ranks of our inventory will be replenished. I will assemble the military council to discuss new decisions. Hello, you have very sparkly blue hair. Hail, Commander! Before you, an aged yet fit and sturdy Garundi stands at attention. His dark skin has an earthy tone to it, and crystals sparkle forth from where his hair and eyebrows should be, clearly identifying him as an Oread. Captain Harmattan, chair of your staff council, by order of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, here to deliver a report. I'm on this council too. Sealer salutes briskly. Wait, Sealer's on 2 councils? And Regal. Do I not have enough companions to cover the various councils by themselves? Who? We'll be racking our brains on how to improve troop morale. I reckon the key is to back up our words with actions, lead your soldiers by example, and they'll be eager to follow. Drawing on my experience as a paralictor, my advice is to maintain calculated moderation in every regard, be it in incentive or penalty, and to be decisive. We have no need for doubts or turmoil. I'm doomed to be your advisor, but do you know what that means? That you're doomed to listen to my advice. To start things off, here's an incredibly novel and deep thought for you. Loyalty, passion, and morale. All of these can easily be bought with money. Damn it, Darren. Commander, permission to report. We've encountered a problem. Although we're still getting volunteers, we're now seeing cases of desertion. Many who joined the Drezen campaign believe that their duty has been fulfilled with the victory, and they are no longer they are not keen on staying in the garrison. Those from Canabras wish to return home and rebuild their ruined city. Lastly, there are those who are afraid of lingering in a place where demons might show up with a retaliatory expedition at any moment. My suggestion is to improve living conditions for the privates, raise their pay, give them extra rations, and reward those who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield with commendations and gifts. Soldiers don't want to leave armies that appreciate them. Okay. I feel for those folks, but we have to convince them to stay. I think we might get some help from the servants of the gods. They'll tell the soldiers that the danger has not yet passed and inspire them to keep up the fight against evil. As long as the wound is open, the whole world is in danger. We can't just go home and live like we used to, no matter how badly we want that to happen. Most of the Crusaders are volunteers, but they have no right to subvert military discipline. That kind of attitude is tantamount to treason, regardless of who expresses it. We have to identify the instigators, arrest them, and administer harsh punishment to make an example of them. This problem is quite simply solved with coin by handing money out to the to privates is practically throwing it away. We need to pay the officers handsomely, then they'll figure out how to raise their subordinates' morale. Tell me, Captain, what does the Staff Council do? In short, we make sure that whenever orders are given, they are executed properly. Our job is to keep the soldiers' morale high, so they always follow their officers' commands without question. As for the officers themselves, we look out for any unseemly or incompetent types who subvert troops' trust. I have questions for the council. Understood, Commander. Ask away. Sealer, what do you bring to the council? It's pretty self-explanatory. We're not fighting for a sawmill here. This is a crusade against the abyss. When you're up against demons, you bring a paladin. It's a rule that's tried and very much true. Okay. Regil, what kind of help can I expect to get from you on this council? I have extensive experience in being in command, and as a Hell Knight, I possess a firmness that some of your other officers may be lacking. The essence of my council is not to spoil your troops, but to maintain their discipline strategically. Amidst the chaos of war, a general has to be a beacon of order and purpose for their soldiers. They will be just as grateful to receive rewards or lashes from such a general, and most importantly, they won't even think to disobey their orders. Darren, what are you doing on this council? Mostly, I'm just waiting for it to end. But since I have little choice, I'll give you some advice on how to charm your subordinates, be they people of importance or simple commoners. I'll tell you the biggest secret straight away. Free. Money. Oh my goodness. Free money. Gold has the most miraculous power there is. Captain Harmattan, why did the Queen appoint you to preside over this council? I've been in the Osirian infantry for 100 years, fighting for 3 pharaohs. Then, after I joined the Crusaders, I served Her Majesty Galfrey for 2 more decades. I dare to hope that I've gained decent experience over those years. Jesus Christ. Long-lived races. I see. Let us discuss our options in further detail. Sealer, what is your plan? The situation is not that dire. Morale is high and we just won a major victory, so some have let down their guards. We have to call for priests and paladins to get it through to the volunteers that it's still early for celebration. If they leave for their homes today, Drezen will fall again tomorrow, and the day after, the demons will show up on their doorsteps. Servants of the gods are indeed the masters of sweet-talking others into dying free of charge, although all through pretty words. But when the choice comes down to inspired preaching or homemade pies, 9 of every 10 will look for comfort in their home at their table. Their incentive needs to be more substantial than wasted breath. Rachel, what do you suggest? There is no place in the army for the mindset of playing soldier today and then going home tomorrow. These dangerous ideas must be suppressed with utmost harshness. We'll identify the most vocal rabble-rousers and exact punishment on them as an example to others. They may be volunteers, but they joined the rank of the Crusaders. We can't abet in their rejection of their responsibilities, or we'll be headed toward complete chaos, and therefore defeat. That's a great plan if you want your soldiers to run back home twice as fast. They came here of their own volition. We must convince them to stay, not terrorize them into fighting. Darren, your opinion, please. Our forces are in good spirits. It's just that the euphoria of victory has gone to a few heads. No one can sober them up quicker than the officers, especially those of lower rank. We'll give our dear oafs, all those sergeants and corporals, a bonus on the sly, then promise to sweeten the deal once they convince the volunteers to stay. Perhaps they will do so over a beer mug, or maybe with a broken nose. Why bother solving problems yourself when you can push them off on someone you pay? Your bought loyalty will run out even sooner than your gold. Once soldiers turn into profiteers instead of following orders, they start appraising them. They'll wonder whether or not it's worth their while to obey their general. I hardly need to explain the effect this will have on discipline. Okay. Captain Harmatton, what would you advise? Your volunteers believe that we've almost won. Great, let's not ruin this pretty illusion. Instead, we'll turn it to our advantage. We'll increase rations and pay for the privates, rewarding the most distinguished with commendations and gifts. Who would abandon the victors when they provide you with good food and even better coin? It's naive to expect the troops won't understand that we would just be trying to appease them. An army cannot stand if it's held together by handouts and desperate promises. We shouldn't lie to our soldiers. If we build up flimsy illusions now, the demons will shatter them later. Those fighting alongside us must recognize the seriousness of the situation instead of celebrating victory when the war has just begun. Okay. Crusader morale is increased by 5 to 10. Crusader morale is maxed at the moment. Okay. Hunting down mutiny. Crusade's morale increases by 16 to 25. Recruitment growth for trainable units reduced by 10%. Cost of recruiting mercenary units increased by 10% for 14 days. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Bribes for the officials. 15 to 20. 15. 10 to 15. Why am I the bad person that actually kind of agrees with Rachel? Oh boy. Because, like, having a bunch of people that are just gonna desert is very bad. It's the biggest morale increase too. The downsides are a bit rough, but it could be worse. Trying to be the terrible person. Rachel, find the instigators and make an example of them, please. Affirmative. I already have my eye on the most spirited ones. I will apprehend them immediately. Thank you, Commander. Should any other difficulties arise that require your attention, I'll deliver a new report promptly. Oh, hello there. Dorgalinda Stranglehold. Hail, Commander! A middle-aged dwarf who has clearly seen some combat salutes you with one barely moving, bone-dry hand. On her face are huge scarred claw marks. A black eye patch covers one eye, but she is watching you with the other, intent and somber. Dorgalinda, Stranglehold, Chair of the Logistics Council, at your service. We've got ourselves an ugly situation that requires your decision. I hope I won't get in anyone's way if I join you. Richelieu looks around with visible worry. I think I could give some good advice here, if you don't mind. Of course. Hopefully this council will benefit from my vast experience surviving with gear that consists of rocks and sticks, and where any dinner that's not squirming on your plate is considered a feast. All in all, kind of like our crusade. I won't lie to you, our logistics are a mess. We need more of everything, and what we do have is in disarray. Crates of provisions are rotting away in storehouses because some idiot quartermaster spilled beer on the papers. And fools are not the worst problem, there's also theft. Some officers grease palms to get a helmet with stylish plumage or a fancy blade from Nerusian. Meanwhile, that means that ordinary soldiers are being armed with barely more than kitchen knives. Hammer and tongs. It's time to give... Hammer and tongs. It's time to give the entire logistics staff the bum rush. The question is, where do we find capable and honest people to replace them? These scoundrels must be replaced with decent, honorable people, selfless souls who have proven that they can put their comrades' lives above all else, especially with their own wealth. Surely that's who will take the best care of our soldiers. Let's get some veterans on the job, people who've had their fill of the front lines and who know firsthand what life is like for the common soldier, what rations taste like, and how the boots are always the wrong size. My suggestion is to call some experienced, well-connected supply officers from Nerusian. Let them leave their cushy jobs in Mendev and work up a sweat for the good of the crusade. Dorgalinda, what is this council's responsibilities? The Logistics Council deals with all matters relating to supplying the army. Most issues will be trivial and undeserving of your attention. However, from time to time, serious decisions will need to be made, and that's when I'll convene the council. I have questions for the council. As you wish. Richelieu, what are you doing on this council? You think I shouldn't have joined? Richelieu looks away sheepishly. It's just, well, I spent a lot of time studying how armies work, both Crusader and Demonic. When I was spying, I think my advice might be useful, or at least I hope it will be. But if I'm a bother, I'll leave, of course. You don't have to leave. I was just asking if you knew good stuff. Calm down, lady. It's fine. Lan, how can you be of use to this council? I know a thing or two about gathering weapons and provisions. Compared to the war for survival we had to wage underground, you guys have it easy up here. If things go badly, I can teach your troops to live off the land and how to craft decent weapons from junk. They'll have memories of Land's special stew for years. Not sure if those will be fond memories, but they'll be memories for sure. Oh, God. Dorgalinda, why were you assigned to head this council? Over my years of doing quartermaster duty, I have managed to develop a bit of a reputation for myself. The units I'm responsible for are always properly equipped, armed, and fed. Thieves, scatterbrains, and reprobates promptly get the boot. Bureaucrats who never seem to have anything miraculously find everything they need after meeting with me. In short, don't you worry, Commander, I'm right where I belong. I'm glad that there is a person that knows what they're doing. Alright. Let's discuss our options in more detail. Crucially, what are you suggesting? A quartermaster's job is to care for the well-being of the soldiers they're equipping for battle. That means the best people to appoint to those positions are people who really care, those who will keep their fighters warm, fed, and properly armed. Maybe they won't have the most experience, but that's alright. It's easier to teach someone numbers and how to run a warehouse than it is to instill a conscience in them. Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Lan, what would you advise? In our tribe, we believe that the hunter's gear should be entrusted to the most seasoned hunter, to those who stalked the prey themselves and learned the price of a mistake in outfitting, an old bowstring, a dull spear, a tattered cloak, the hard way. I think that's how it should be in the army. Okay. Whoever is responsible for supplies must know war firsthand. They must have dragged themselves through the mud of the battlefield, seen with their own eyes how a rotted strap or a boot one size too large can lead to a soldier's death. They must have eaten their share of rotten cabbages and seen carts of horseshoes and pots pull up to their position instead of ammunition because of some clerical error. Assign new quartermasters from the veterans like Dorgalinda here. I bet they won't steal, and they won't let anyone else steal either. Dorgalinda, what's your opinion? There are some great workers in Mendev who have been sitting at home for far too long. Let the Queen send them to us instead of counting buttons for the frock coats of Nerosian Royal Guard. Counting buttons for the frock coats of Nerosian Royal Guard. Let them sort out our supplies and they'll already have connections in Nerosian. Oh. That is a good point. If they have connections. I do like Arushale's option though. They could easily have an army have army property decommissioned and later sold to private buyers for next to nothing. And those buyers will just happen to be the same mercenaries. I almost said I did say mercenaries. We're negotiating with. Dorgalinda makes a face. Connections are all too important, as you well know. Unfortunately, yes. Alright. Ready for anything feat. Plus, unit has +2 bonus to all saving throws. Okay. Plus 10% bonus to maximum HP. +1 bonus to attack and all saving throws. Okay. Okay, so that's for mercenary units. Trainable. Trainable. +2 to saving throws sounds pretty damn good to trainable units. I'm gonna give that one a go. They'll make sure the soldiers are ready for whatever trouble the enemy might have in store for them. After all, other people's lives depend on their work. How could they neglect such a responsibility? Then it's decided, no matter what our new quartermasters are like, there's no possible way they can be worse than what we have now. The results will be reported to you, and if anything else comes up, I'll call the council right away. Okay. Alrighty, I forgot that we need to do this. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Last stand. Your mission is too important to fall in battle. Your mythic powers let you endure unbelievable things. Once per day, when your HP drops low, you become unkillable for 2 rounds. You become immune to damage that would make you unconscious. Neat. Healing is no longer affected by common limitations. Whenever you cast a cure wound spell or another healing spell, it becomes reach. Yeah, cool. Lovely. What'd you get? Weapon specialization bite, eh? Claw bite, cool. Improved critical. Claw. Nice. Ace attack bonus went up. Nice. Makes sense. Is tank. Greater spell focus, implication. And a +1 bonus to the DC for all saving throws against spells from the School of Magic you select. This bonus stacks with the bonus from spell focus. Special, you can gain this feat multiple times. Its effects don't stack. Each time you take the feat, it applies to a new school to which you already have applied the spell focus effect. Nice. Old person, good choice. Remove curse, again, good choice. Your serious wounds. Continuing on. Oh. Major ameliorating. Witch can touch a creature to suppress and protect it from negative conditions. The witch chooses one of the following conditions each time she uses this hex. Blinded, cursed, diseased, or poisoned. If the target is afflicted with one of the chosen condition, that condition is suppressed for a number of minutes equal to the witch's level. Additionally, the witch grants her target a +4 circumstance bonus on saving throws against effects that cause the chosen condition for 24 hours. A creature can benefit from this hex twice in 24 hours, once for each of 2 different conditions. Cool. Dominate person? That's a good one. Humanoid creature, fight on your side. Improved abundant casting. Sorry, abundant casting, which gives first, second, and third level spells. Fuck yeah. Okay, Camellia. Spirit enchantment, +3. Hell yeah. You do not get very many points, do you? Combat casting. Nice. Oh, you get ameliorating as well. That's nice. Fourth, fifth, and sixth level spells. Fair. Ready. Go. The Outcast. According to the Dark Hunter, Fawn's warning, Kalyssa will strike soon. It would be wise to prepare to face her head on. Okay. Just all the things that need to be done. Build the main stables in Drezen. The army cannot be considered viable until it has decent scouting capabilities. To ensure there are sufficient mounted scouts for the army, the commander must erect a building for keeping battle mounts in Drezen. Okay. Order the Crusades craftsman to improve a relic. Maximize all Crusade stats to achieve victory in war. Commander and her advisors need to comprehensively modernize the war machine known as the Crusade. Every aspect is important: discipline, supplies, alliance, and combat strength. Crescent of the Abyss. Loyalty has never been Jeffto's strong suit. However, he should be commended for his self-restraint. He ran from the commander during the gargoyle attack, but only after traveling with her for almost the whole way to Drezen. How far could he have gotten? It's not impossible that the commander will soon find out. When people like Wooljeff get into trouble, they usually hurry back to people they previously betrayed. Okay. Wooljeff fled, but even a tiefling as slippery as him cannot hope to survive long in the world wound on his own. Perhaps the commander will see Wooljeff again before she has time to miss his endless stream of inane chatter. It's fine. Yeah, we need to do this at some point as well. Mythic quests above the clouds. Your dragon companion claims that your good friends are waiting for you on a ridge not far from Drezen. Who are they and what do they want from you? Good to know. Demon's Heresy. Go to Green Gates. Everything in this world is relative: treachery, theft, deception, murder. Most will agree that these are bad, but people's opinions change if they are the ones to commit such acts against their enemies. With alacrity do people condemn the blasphemer, the apostate, the heretic. But what would they say if the Forsaken God were a demon of purest evil? An analogous experiment is now playing out before your eyes. The succubus named Arishale claims that she is trying to renounce evil, but will she find acceptance on the other side? And will she have the strength of will to repudiate everything she once worshipped and to pledge herself to everything she once so eagerly scorned? Okay. What should one do when a demon claiming to be a friend invites you to a deserted place in the forest, promising that you will find the answer to an enticing mystery there? Should one ever trust a creature of the abyss? It bears all the hallmarks of a trap, but then again, no other leads are forthcoming. Okay. Battered spirit. Even the best people sometimes feel like imposters, pretenders to a position beyond their capabilities. It is especially easy to fall prey to such thoughts if you were responsible for, or even simply failed to prevent the deaths of people who were counting on you. The events of the Lost Chapel and Drezen have left a ragged wound in the soul of Irabeth Tirabade, a wound which has now turned septic with self-doubt. Who else can heal Irabeth but the commander to whom she entrusted her life? Talk to Irabeth. We've done this. Horrors endured in the Lost Chapel have resulted, and her resulting breakdown during the battle for Drezen have destroyed Irabeth's morale. Can she regain her confidence? Does the commander even want that to happen? It is far from clear, but first a conversation with Irabeth is in order. So obviously I thought I'd done it though. That's what the green V is, isn't it? Okay. Interesting. Issue an order that will allow Irabeth to spend more time among the common soldiers. The commander succeeded in raising Irabeth's morale, but her faith in her own abilities has not returned. However, when the commander's words failed, a chorus of soldiers should succeed. Irabeth distanced herself from the rank and file when she became the right hand of the Crusade commander. To remedy this, she could temporarily be assigned to lead a small squad. Yeah, we can do that. Despite their high intelligence and rhetorical skills, When evil dragons perceive other species, they revert to their basest primal instincts. Like a giant, mindless, flesh-eating leech, they consider everything other than themselves food. A rumor has spread among the Crusaders about a large and vicious dragon that has been raiding the scout patrols. This particular specimen does not seem remotely concerned by their weapons. She swoops down on the soldiers and then flies away, having snatched several victims to devour in her lair. Given their lack of experience in dragon hunting, it is unlikely that the Crusaders will meet with much success in their attempt to track down and kill such a cunning adult specimen. However, Irabeth claims that a reputable bounty hunter is currently staying in the town's tavern. It would be wise to seek his help. Okay, we can talk to him. Final sunset of winter. Yep, cool. So basically we need to go through and do all of the quests that are marked with the timer. It has to be done. When a civilization dies, its settlements slowly turn to ruin, like broken bones turning white in the sun, a skeleton now bereft of any kind of life. This is what happened to Socorus. Those numerous settlements are now abandoned and forgotten places where long-dead people once lived. However, something strange is occurring on Drezen's southern road. A Crusader patrol has vanished where the settlements of Old Socorus once stood. What is happening in these lands? The commander must get to the bottom of it. Patrol from Drezen has disappeared without a trace. What happened to the soldiers? Were they killed? Were they kidnapped? Where were they deserters? They went missing on the southern road away from the city. It is only sensible to begin searching there. Okay. Attack out of nowhere. Crusader scouts are reporting a worrying pattern, though approaching demon armies are normally sighted in advance. On the grey road, sometimes they seem to appear out of thin air, precisely where they shouldn't be. They are cutting off supply lines and intercepting couriers, rations, officers, and caravan provisions. They are destroying the arteries that pump life into the cumbersome and greedy body that calls itself the Crusader Army. In order to push west, the commander must first know how the demons are masking their forces and put an end to it. Commander must conduct reconnaissance to find out how the demons are moving their forces into Crusader territory without attracting attention. Scout out the ravine southwest of Drezen, or send a scouting party. Talk to Anivia to hear her latest report. Okay, we've done that. That's good. Know thy enemy. The war between Crusaders and demons has been raging for a century, and each side has at times managed to find and apply fundamentally new powers and tactics. It seems a similar shift has happened here. Extremely powerful demons are appearing in the territory around Drezen, and their abilities are far different to those of any demons the Crusaders have encountered before. Knowledge is the key to victory. That means the commander must learn the secrets behind these unusual demons. Any lead could be crucial. It's not possible that the demons have left no trace. Dragon's Fate. Silver dragons are considered one of the most noble of the metallic dragons. They commonly possess traits such as kindness, devotion, and the desire to fight injustice. However, Tyrandalev, the protector of Canabras, did not always exemplify such qualities. The storyteller's gift will reveal the mystery of her fate, but shouldn't some secrets remain untold? Tyrandalev's scale sheds some light on the fate of the protector of Canabras, but much remains unknown. To learn the full story, find something else that once belonged to Tyrandalev. Okay. The Outcast is that. Okay. Kalesa is going to be a problem. So, not only do we need to find the storyteller, we need to find another item that belonged to Tyrandalev so that we can talk to the storyteller again about it. Anyway. So, this is going to take some time. That's fine. I would like to find Woljev. I like Woljev. He's fun. Um. Might be good to go to this one. Alright. Let us. Might also be worth. Ooh! There's fast travel in here. This is great. Okay, I love this. Inn, prison, half measure tavern, temple, barracks, fortress gate. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna quickly duck to the bathroom. So I will be back in a few minutes. Hopefully the stream doesn't go down in that time. But if it does, I apologize. Alright, I'm gonna switch this over and I will be back shortly. Hello, I am back. Let me just get this switched over. We'll leave that as that for the moment. Alrighty. So, right. I was gonna go exploring town, but I think I should probably go set up this stuff first, and then we can go explore town a bit more. Double check that we can't talk about anything new with various characters. And then probably save, as the game is suggesting right now. Okay. So, these are all done. As far as I'm aware, these are all done. Events. I'm going to leave that for the moment. Spies of the Abyss have attempted to infiltrate Drezen. I mean, it's not a bad option. Troops also aren't a bad idea. Okay, so that's just do stuff to a relic. Same. Sword of Valor. Great Relic Crusaders mysteriously changed upon coming into contact with Commander. What does this mean? Clerics and wizards could shed some light on the artifact properties. Requires 14 days to solve. Oh boy. The Fate of Soulshare. The Relic. Bastion expansion. Robust breakdown. This one should probably be put on. That one's gonna take 7 days, that's fine. Probably also do this one. That one's diplomacy. So we got military logistics. I need one for leadership and one for diplomacy. We have no options for leadership. Okay. Unholy symbol of Robogog. In a way, this one is like the cheapest. And also not, because it requires energy points. Go with that one. I'm assuming that, like, the events we can just do. Ah, the stream dropped again at one point. Love that. A new type of military unit. That's not a bad thing, I guess. This gives me a leadership degree, though. I don't know if this means that I can train interrogators. If that's the case, like, if I can train them, awesome. If I can't, hey. You're gonna go the way that the first lot of scouts went. Straight to the grave. Select trustworthy soldiers. Stuff it, interrogators. Why not? The interrogators will search for spies tirelessly, and the executioners will brutally dispose of anyone guilty of treason. The soldiers will be afraid of disobeying orders and strive to show their loyalty. Yeah, that's not great. Special messenger from Galfrey was delivering a missive to Drezen and ran into a sentry patrol by accident. Alas, the soldiers took the messenger for an enemy and attempted to search him, which ran contrary to the messenger's instructions. The sentries were killed and the messenger has arrived in Drezen, now awaiting the commander's judgment. accuse the messenger's superiors. Queen's servants think they have the right to kill crusaders. Social blamed the officers from the capital for this tragedy, claimed that the messenger was given poor instructions, and publicly demanded that the crown compensate the families of the deceased. His act has strengthened the commander's authority. Oh! Done. It's gonna be a while before these guys are ready. Ooh, shield bearers. Alright, you guys go there. Champions. That's fine. Cool. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep, that's that army. The Inquisitors. Marksmen. Spearmen. Well, that's neat. Gonna need a third general. Okie dokie. I am not going to be able to recruit a general right this second. Yeah, that's not good. Am I gonna regret this choice? I mean, probably. How about we just get... Oops. How much? Oh yay, rank 2. Love that. Diplomacy and military can still level up again. That's nice. Okay. Okay. Summons the power of spells and abilities used by the general in combat. I might have been calculating that thing wrong. Oh well. Bonus to fire, cold, acid, and electricity resistance. All enemy infantry, ranged or cavalry units receive a -1 plus general's level. 5/6 penalty to AC and saving throws for 3 rounds. This is siege ability. plus 1 plus general's level divided by 6. Bonus to attack and saving heroes for 3 rounds. Ability strategy. Attack formation. Oh, and I do need to go plus 3 bonus to attack and -2 penalty to speed. Only one formation type ability can be active. This ability is a stratagem. That cost went up. Interesting. Maybe we try out this guy. Cool. Oh, I forgot. These guys, not doing crash shot. Got it. Spearman. That's these guys. Nope. Guys. Onwards. Oh. You lot are actually kind of useless, which is kind of annoying. I'm gonna really want to steal your marksman. You lot are going to freaking die. Temptation to steal the archers from here, though. Holy crap. Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Take the archers and the marksmen and chuck them in this guy's group. like these guys to get to be leveled up. But, you know, here we are. Do I just cannibalize this army again? I feel like the answer is yes, unfortunately. Okay, we're back up to army strength 7. Could steal me some marksmen. Sure, it's fine. Just all the melee units. I'm sure it's fine. Could possibly go wrong. Don't answer that. Anyway. Yeah, that's not gonna be fun. Don't want to have to deal with ash giants again. I didn't really deal with them last time. Plagued wolf. Plagued horses. Mylodons. Cool. Guys have like no movement left. Fine. Righty. I'm gonna go do other stuff. Saving? Yeah, that's fair. Alrighty. I believe I have a bunch of magic items that I need to swap around. Just this. I need to do an item check. Don't have a bard. Don't have kineticist. Oh. I don't have anyone that rides a freaking horse. Yet. Light armor. +1 rapier, eh? Light hammer. Those out. Alright. Let's see. How many good items for you? +2. This would be an increase. Alright, what does adamantine do? Adamantine is extremely strong and favored by weapon and armor smiths alike for its ability to cut through solid barriers with ease and endure heavy blows. Armor made from adamantine grants the wearer damage reduction 1 if it's light armor, 2 if it's medium, 3 if it's heavy. Okay, so it's got DR 3. Good to know. Adamantine is so costly that weapons and armor made from it are always of masterwork quality, and the masterwork cost is included in the prices given. Thus, adamantine weapons and ammunition have a +1 enhancement bonus on attack rolls, and the armor check penalty of adamantine armor is lessened by 1 compared to ordinary armor of its type. Items without metal parts cannot be made from adamantine. An arrow could be made of adamantine, but a quarterstaff could not. Okay, so the +2 enhancement only. Huh. Would have thought it was better than with +1. Okay, that's fine. So, in comparison to that, info, base value, mithril, enhancement. No. Don't think he casts spells, but you know. Its heavy armor adorned with the seal of Discari was forged for... What's going on there? Okay, cool. It's dropped again. Lovely. It was forged for one of the high priests of the Lucas Lord's cult. The mere sight of it struck terror into his enemies, but not his allies. Soon after Baphomet's followers captured Drezen, cultists of Discari arrived here and demanded that the city be given over to them. Oof. The Templars happily agreed, handing over control of the city to their allies with all the proper formalities, including a feast at which every last Discarite was poisoned. After that, the armor was displayed in Drezen's citadel as a warning to Discari worshippers, until Monagro finally found a knight worthy of wearing it. Whenever an enemy lands a melee hit on the wearer of this +2 mithril full plate, the attacker has to pass a reflex saving throw DC 18 or suffer 1d3 damage to strength. If the attacker passes the saving throw, they suffer 1d3 piercing damage instead. Mithril is a very rare silvery, glistening metal that is lighter than steel, but just as hard. When worked like steel, it becomes a wonderful material from which to create armor and is occasionally used for other items as well. Most mithril armors are one category lighter than normal for purposes of movement and other limitations. Heavy armors are treated as medium and medium armors are treated as light, but light armors are still treated as light. This decrease does not apply to proficiency in wearing the armor. Spell failure chances for armors and shields made from mithril are decreased by 10%. Maximum dexterity bonuses are increased by 2. Armor check penalties are decreased by 3 to a minimum of 0. An item made from mithril weighs half as much as the same item made from other metals. This armor provides a +2 enhancement bonus to armor class. The armor check penalty of magic armor is lessened by 1 compared to ordinary armor of its type. Okay, so I feel like the carapace is a straight up upgrade for Regil, and I'm probably going to give it to him. Because he has a +4 dexterity modifier, so dexterity con. Abilities. There we go. I believe he is a dex character. Yeah, weapon finesse. He be a dex character. Cool. That's fine. Right. So, in that case, have some more dex. And some more con. It'll help, I swear. Alright. And then have some slightly better armor. Yeah, because you go from 29. It's a +1 to his armor. It's worth it. Alright. Cloak resistance. Cloak resistance +3. Did also get a ring of protection. Honestly, I would like the ring of protection for myself. Because my armor class is 22. Take off. There we go. Immunity to paralysis. Alright. That is much the same. Can't wear that. Cool. Alrighty. Buckler. +1. +2 buckler grants its wielder a +2 dodge bonus to AC. Attacks against attacks with two-handed weapons. Honestly, still good. This is for you. It's just dexterity. Got it. Alright, armor-wise, what can you wear? Wearer, there's +3 mithril chainmail. Flanks an enemy. The wearer gets a +2 bonus on damage against flanked creature. If you have an outflanked feature, damage bonus increased to +4. Each time an enemy confirms a critical hit against the wearer of this +2 hide. Enemy is affected by the equivalent of a dispel magic. Funny. Not currently better. Oh. I think we're gonna leave her in the chainmail of camaraderie. Okie dokie. Have anything better for you? Don't think we do. I sit up straighter. Alrighty. Go. Bunch of daggers for Wooljeff when we get back to him. Alrighty. We have only light crossbow. Might be looking to you. Already gave you the hammer. Cool. Alright. Let us... Honestly, it's probably worth giving you the +3. Yeah, that was worth it. Anyway. Maybe cast a Vampiric's Touch spell deals 1d8 damage instead of 1d6. Do you have Vampiric Touch as a spell? Damn, you got some spells. Alrighty. Mimic tugging at the Green Mother's legendary Tangled Knot to subtly alter your fate. The next single attack made against you takes a -10 penalty. That attack is a critical. It is instead treated as a normal hit. Okay, that's cool. Let's see. Shaken. Honestly, tempted to inflict wounds. Because I'm a terrible person. Ball lightning. Deeper slumber. 10 hit die of creatures. Okay. Creatures with 10 hit die. Sorry. Enemy dead. Suit, armor, or shield with an enhancer bonus of +1 per 4 caster levels. Maximum +5 at 20th level. Interesting. more of that. Okay. Building upon the divine power of your patron, you'll view yourself with strength and skill in combat. Gain a +1 luck bonus to attack rolls, weapon damage rolls, strength checks, and strength-based skill checks. For every 3 cast levels you have, maximum +6. You also gain 1 temporary hit point per caster level. Whenever you make a full attack, you can make an additional attack, a full base attack bonus, plus any appropriate modifiers. This additional attack is not cumulative with similar effects such as haste or weapons with the speed special ability. Okay. Spell causes spines to grow from your exposed skin, damaging creatures that strike you. Any creature striking you with a melee weapon or unarmed strike or natural weapon takes 1d6 points of piercing damage plus 1 per caster level, maximum plus 15. Creatures using melee weapons with reach are unaffected by this spell. Creatures that successfully grapple you take 2d6 points of piercing damage plus 1 per caster level, max 15. In addition, your natural attacks and unarmed strikes deal an additional 1d6 point of damage. Okay, cool. That's neat. Oh, that's remove disease. Got it. Like, wait a minute. What is restoration doing here? I swear it was on the other page. Oh, it's a 50-foot line. Interesting. The spell forces an extraplanar creature back to its proper plane. If it fails a will save, if the spell is successful, the creature is instantly whisked away. Eight. Slowing mud. Puts the target in thick, sticky mud. The mud acts as a slow spell and also makes the target dazed for 1 round. As they clean their eyes, a haste effect cast on a creature slowed by the mud allows it to act normally. For the duration of the haste, right after it cleans its eyes. Slow doesn't stack with effects of slowing mud. This spell cannot dispel haste. Okay, good to know. Spiked stones, rocky grounds, stone floors, and similar surfaces shape themselves into long, sharp points that blend into the background. Spiked stones impede progress to an area and deal damage. Any creature moving on foot into or through the spell's area moves at half speed. In addition, each creature moving through the area takes 28 points of piercing damage for each 5 feet of movement through the spiked area. Well, that's just funny. Bursting entanglement. Spell functions as entangle, except a plant / onto targets, draining away their vitality. Any creature that fails a save to avoid becoming entangled or fails a check to break free takes 1d2 points of constitution damage. That's rude. I kinda like it though. Poison. Calling upon venomous powers of natural predators, you infect the subject with a horrible poison by making a successful melee touch attack. This poison deals 1d3 constitution damage per round for 6 rounds. Poison creatures can make a fortitude saving throw each round to negate the damage at the end the affliction. I'm guessing this one is highlit so it can go in here. Yeah, cool. Well, this is funny. Spell functions as false life, except you gain temporary hit points equal to 2d10 plus 1 point per caster level, maximum 20. Not bad, all things considered. Grab one of those. Spit venom. Okay. This could be funny. Bonus does not allow weapon to bypass damage reduction aside from magic. Ice storm. Hailstones. Grab a restoration. Shits and giggles. Ready. Breath of life. Like other spells that heal damage, Breath of Life can bring recently slain creatures back to life. Ooh, resurrection spells. We like that. You get this one. Full lightning storm. Okay, that's funny. Alright, true seeing. Convert on the subject. The ability to see all things as they actually are. The subject sees through normal and magical darkness. Notices secret doors hidden by magic. Sees the exact location of creatures or objects under blur or displacement effects. Sees invisible creatures or objects normally. Sees through illusions. And sees the true form of polymorphed, changed, or transmuted things. Honestly, a good spell to have. For enchantments, transmutations, and curses. Okay. Fail. Polymorph. Shit's funny. And then you get to late levels and it's called polymorph, and shit's even funnier. Flame strike. Neat. Okay. So. Neat. Let's see. Some true seeing would be nice. This one do. Target animal grows to twice its normal size, 8 times its normal weight. This alteration changes the animal size category to the next largest, grants it a +8 size bonus to strength, a +4 size bonus to constitution, and does an extra 2 hit points per hit die. And imposes a -2 size penalty to dexterity. Creature's existing natural armor bonus to AC increases by 2. The size change also affects the animal's modifier to AC attack rolls and its base damage. The animal's space and reach change as appropriate to the new size, but its speed does not change. Multiple magical effects that increase size do not stack. Yeah, that's honestly fair. Anyway, let's go with dominate person. Because it's funny. Flame Strike might be a good one. DC 18. Yeah, that's fine. You don't have spells. You do have spells. Cool. Tell that I don't take him out very often. 'Cause I can. Alrighty. Do take you out. I would like you to have some healing. Seems not very useful, but hey, here we are. Take one of those with you. That's a resto. Cast normal restoration. Or Strapedance. Was an evil creature that does not have the evil subtype to momentarily What? Does not have the evil subtype. How the fuck does that work? Target immediately drops prone and begins to loudly confess all of its sins and transgressions to the caster for the duration of the spell. The spell immediately ends if the target is attacked. What the fuck? That makes no sense. There we go. Yep. Try taking our remove curse along with us, why not? Okay. An unlawful power to smite enemies. The power takes the form of a three-dimensional grid. Energy, only chaotic and neutral, not lawful creatures are harmed by the spell. The spell deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8 to chaotic creatures, or 1d6. Sorry, 10. Or 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d6 to chaotic outsiders. Oh, that's not a bad spell. And causes them to be dazed for 1 round. A successful will save reduces the damage to half and negates the daze effect. Spell deals only half damage to a creature who are neither chaotic nor lawful, and they are not dazed. They can reduce the damage to half again, down to 1/4 of the roll with a successful will save. Okay. That's not a bad one, honestly. Go up against demons. Might be worth bringing this one on. Go. 5th level spells. Break enchantment. Spell freeze. Victims from enchantments, transmutations, and curses. Break enchantment in reverse. Even an instantaneous effect. Give that a go. Allies in the area of this spell at the time of casting gain +1 sacred bonus on attack rolls and saves against fear effects. And +1 temporary hit points per caster level, maximum 20. Okay. Not great, I guess. Conjure a pillar of positive energy in a single 5-foot area within range that radiates light as if it were a sun rod. Living creatures adjacent to the pillar can spend a standard action to touch the pillar and heal 2d8 points of damage, +1 per caster level, max of 20. Creatures can move into the space containing the pillar but if an undead creature moves into the pillar, it takes 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d6. Undead creatures vulnerable to bright light take 1d8 points of damage per caster level. Creature cannot benefit or suffer more than once from a single casting spell. Cool, cool, cool. Surrounded by nimbus of shadow, any good creature striking you with unarmed strikes, natural weapons, or a handheld weapon deals normal damage, but at the same time the attacker takes 1d6 points of damage +1 per caster level, maximum +15. Creatures wielding melee weapons with reach are not subject. Yeah, okay. It's like the thorns. Slay living. I appreciate this is a cleric spell. Oh, that's great. Well, that's a spell, isn't it? Spell cures 48 points of damage, +1 per caster level, maximum 20 +25. Interesting. And ends any and all of the following adverse conditions affecting you: ability damage, blinded, confused, dazed, diseased, exhausted, fatigued, nauseated, poisoned, and sickened. That's nice. I might end up picking that up, actually. Target's bones or exoskeleton splinter, dealing 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 15d6 to the target, which is also exhausted for 1 minute per caster level from the pain and exertion of the transformation. Target succeeds at the fortitude saving throw, it takes half damage and is fatigued rather than exhausted. Oh, hey. Constricting coils. Spells functions like hold monster, except that the target is constricted as if both coils of a large snake, taking 1d6 +6 points of bludgeoning damage each round that it fails its save. The successful save ends both the paralyzing and constricting effects. Get so many fucking interesting spells. I would like to pick this up. I would also... Serenity? Oh, that's just rude. You fill the target's mind with feelings of tranquility. Those attempting to commit violence become stricken, with racking pain and take 3d6 points of damage each round they attempt to harm another creature. Ew. Slay living is just fucking nice. Subject might die from damage even if it succeeds. It's saving throw. Love that. Let's take one of those and one of those. Do you have spells? You do not have spells. We love that for you. Right. Spike growth. Yeah. Hold animal. Might be worth it. Fade into the background, and while you are not truly invisible, you are hard to pinpoint due to your translucent state. While under the effects of this spell, you get a +4 bonus to stealth checks and have concealment from creatures more than 5 feet away. Neat. What does concealment do exactly? Doesn't give you any bonuses? Okay. It might be relevant. I don't know. Oh. Taking a life lost. You don't care about spells. You, however, do. You've already done you. Good to know. Sealer. Cool. Righty. Don't think there's anything new to give to you. Apart from the fact that this is now a +2 weapon. Yay. DR5 magic. One less AC, but it has retributive damage. Sorry, retributive damage. Which is just kind of nice. Ooh, that might be an upgrade for me. Good to know. Nope. Probably gonna sell those. Being completely honest. Ugh. You're a charisma caster. That's not gonna help. Check penalty rate is still better. There we go. It can be all spiky again. I'm sure it's fine. Hold iron, gnome, hooked hammer. Nope, you have the better one. You can use it, I'm not going to make you though. Because I'm pretty sure we're going to fix this later. Evil Outsider Bane Spear +2. You. I have a slightly worse bow for you, but it does extra stuff. So, enjoy. Because it is still a composite bow. Yeah, it's just a short bow. It's fine. If we are swapping out land. Keen, composite longbow +2. Oh, right, give you a strength belt. That's fine. Strength and constitution. Okay, you're fine. In which case, you can have the belt back. I'm sure it's fine. Whip. I think that got rid of my scroll. That's fine. As long as I have my potions, I don't give a shit. I think I also have a tankard. Bit. I'm sure it's fine. I've been wanting to equip that for a while. Yes, I have. Alrighty. Accessories. I don't think your wisdom goes into anything that you do. Int. Charisma. What is finesse? Okay. Lost stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Double weapons. Fighter attacks the weapon of this group. The +1 bonus on attack and damage rolls. This group includes Orc, Double Axes, Dwarven Urgosh, Quarterstaff, Two-Bladed Sword, and Gnome Hooked Hammer. Yeah, that's fair. Hell Knight gives you... Reduces the armor check penalty by 1. Increases the maximum dexterity bonus allowed by his armor by 1 every 4 levels thereafter. 7th, 11th, 15th, these bonuses increase by +1 each time. To a maximum, -4 reduction to the armor check penalty, and a +4 increase to maximum dexterity bonus allowed. So basically, Rachel wants to be in the heaviest armor he can possibly wear, with the highest amount of dex he can possibly have. Understandable. Have a nice day. Alrighty, and we have Piranha Strike. Fair enough. For 2-weapon fighting. Nice. Fighter's Finesse. Weapon Finesse. 2-weapon fighting. Traveler. Traveler Gnome loses hatred and defensive training, but his base speed becomes 30 and he gains a +2 racial bonus to law nature. Chillax. Diabolist. Knowledge Arcana. +4 dodge bonus against devils. Oh. Godclaw. Understandable. Okay, so if we're bringing Regil, whatever we want to call him, along, that means I'm probably swapping out Sealer, which means we're probably going to lose out on, honestly, not a lot. Good to know. I am sure there are quests that we need to bring her along for, but, you know, I figure I should probably bring the Hell Knight out once in a while. Nenio is a Knowledge Arcana, Knowledge World person. Do you have an armor check penalty? Yeah, you do. That is unfortunate. Anyway. Only your main character can equip these braces. Neat, cool. They're gonna go in a box and never be seen again. Got it. Religion. Aren't you an atheist? Interesting. Okie dokie. Got law nature out your ass, which is nice. Awakening in the charred ruins. Oh, okay, because we've already done Cool. Good to know. Neat. Oh. So if we swap out Lan, we're losing the big perception person. 17. Never mind. Honestly think I still want to bring Aaron along, which is kind of sad. One, two, three. 4. And torn between Ulbrich and Ember. Grumble. It's fine. Alright. +2 on Razor. It limits the dexterity bonus to AC to 4. Without armor, this bonus would be 5. I don't care. Maximum dexterity bonus is the limitation on the bonus to AC. Characters receive from their dexterity score. Limitation value depends on the type of armor. Tower shields also incur this bonus limitation. Limitation does not affect other abilities that depend on dexterity. This character should wear a lighter armor. Adamantine full plate +2 would better serve a character with lower dexterity score. I don't give a shit. Does it matter right this second? No. Kindly fuck off. Alright. So that can go back in. That can go back in. I don't have anyone that uses scimitars, unfortunately. You have a name. It's fine. Yep. Robin, yeah. Hitcracker. Nope. Fracturing battle axe. Don't currently have anyone that can use this. Sure, it's fine. This could be interesting. Let's do composite lumber. Bastard Sword of Hope. No one to use it. Axiomatic. Agile Dagger. Force. There. I didn't give anyone an upgraded ring. Good job, me. You have a ring of protection +1. I would like the tank to not die. This seems like the best course of action. Alrighty. So, in that case, we have some of these. Cool. Alrighty. Just a spider and some rats down there. Love it. Oh my god. The joys of hitting random buttons. Get over here.
Always watch your back.
Let's go straight. Okay. I swear I heard the faintest sound of someone singing while that was black screened. But like not the background music singing. Oh. I feel so bad that like nobody can use it. That's the main problem I'm having. Fracturing battle axe. Pretty sure that's going to continue to be a problem. Okay. Cool. Reinvigorate the land? Huh. I don't know what I just did. I made a tree. Oh. Well, this looks neat.
Careful now.
Okay. I have made plant grow.
That's easy.
Not entirely sure I was supposed to do this, but oh well. Off measure tavern. Okay. Jewelry artisan. That's interesting. Of course, the gold golem. Welcome to the shop of Derek Sunhammer, the finest jewelry in all of Mendev. True artistry, crafted by the master himself and his apprentices. Take a look. Show me your wares, golem. Neat. Pretty sure we already have this on Darren. Yes. Cool. Neat. Good to know that's here, I guess. There's also the inn. Fine. Yes, precious butter. Needed some of that. Crusade Chronicles. Mine now. When old Keller told this, my brothers... No one know... Told this, my brothers and me... on his deathbed, and then he died, and no one knows but us. I know this is the sacred forest. They prayed in the meadow of the spirits. Shamanic relics, you say, big treasure. It sounds like a lie. Everything was collected, carried away, and burned in that cave. Scouts say a bear lives in those forests, a terrible one, and there must be magic guards in the cave. That's why we suggest you come with us. We'll split the treasure equally. I'm guessing that I failed that perception check. No, I succeeded! Neat! Oops, that's a cat fluck. Oh, hey, Nenio! So, the experiment. Nenio gestures excitedly. I will need some supplies for this one. Girl, please bring me a bottle of alcohol. Any will do, and please hurry up. Science can't wait. Why would you need an alcohol? I already told you, it's for an experiment. Hurry up and bring it to me. What kind of experiment? This will be an experiment of a personal nature. Nenio seems sheepish, but no less exciting for that. Mark my words. Why don't you go and buy a bottle yourself? I am busy with an extremely important task, mentally preparing myself for the experiment. Besides, a task like this is a perfect fit for my loyal follower. Brought a bottle of alcohol for you. Nenio snatches the bottle out of your hand, and stares at it with all the covetousness of a seasoned alcoholic. Here it is, my path to learning the true values of humanity from the perspective of the lowliest man on the street. She produces a corkscrew from her sleeve and looks at it in bafflement, then at the bottle, then at the corkscrew again. After which she hands the bottle back to you. Open it. This experiment definitely won't work if we don't open it. Do you always carry a corkscrew up your sleeve? Don't be preposterous, but I am always meticulous when it comes to preparing for my experiments. I plan for every eventuality. Alright, I admit it, that's not true. But I have truly prepared for this particular experiment. What is this experiment going to be about? I'm taking a huge risk with this experiment. I'm putting my reputation, my good name, and even my future on the line. But with the help of this bottle, I will lower myself to the level of the average man on the street, and I will try to understand the mentality of someone wholly devoid of intelligence. You surely know, maybe even from personal experience, that alcohol dampens mental activity and is a catalyst for stupidity. With a brain like mine, alcohol is the only way to find out how it feels to be an idiot. You're talking as if you've never tried alcohol before. I haven't. I never saw the point of it. Ah, so you're asking me to be your drinking buddy. Not at all. I'll do the drinking alone. Your role in this experiment will include standing here and providing me with a visible reaction to my inevitable temporary degradation. Oh no. Uncork the bottle. Fine, let's get started. Well, let's begin. With the steely resolve of a warrior going to his last battle, Nenio takes a big gulp straight from the bottle. Ugh! What? Ugh! That's disgusting! After she overcomes the urge to vomit, she looks at you with teary eyes. How do you all drink this? I am doing this for the sake of science! Another gulp. Ugh! Ugh! That should be enough. Ugh! Now, am I stupid yet? Quick, ask me about something smart. How many heroic acts did Iomide perform? 11, of course. She did all manner of things, turned her cloak into a bridge, created a powerful artifact out of nowhere, using just her broken sword and a bit of prayer, and even talked some undead into throwing himself upon his sword. By the way, did you know that if you question the authenticity of these acts, In the center of Iomede's cathedral in Nerosian, you can get a boot-shaped bruise right in the lower of your back. It would seem I'm not drunk enough yet. Nenio takes another swig from the bottle. Right. It seems to be working. Now I need to come up with an idea right now. I usually have tons of ideas. Let's see. Now, Discari and Baphomet. The anti-Crusader alliance is not effective enough. They need to unite their forces on the physical level. Baphomet needs to mount Discari and ride him into battle 2 in 1. God damn it, Nenio. Yes, the experiment was successful. I am definitely drunk. She takes another gulp from the bottle to confirm her condition. So how does it feel to be drunk for the first time in your life from a scientific point of view? Terrific. I have definitely become more stupid. More than that, I am as dumb as a box of rocks. And right now, I don't give a rat's ass about science. Wait, I think I've got it. That's how men on the street see science. They don't give a rat's ass about it. Who cares how many heroic acts Iomade performed? 1,000,000? Or not a single one? Iomade is over there, Nenio says with a vague wave of her hand. Whereas the bottle is right here, where it belongs. I hope you're satisfied now. Congratulations, I guess. Now what? I hope you're satisfied now. Incredible. My intellect never stood a chance in its battle with alcohol. And what is most striking, this fact doesn't bother me at all. It feels like all the thoughts in my head just went poof and disappeared. My thirst for knowledge, my desire to prove myself, they're all gone. My mind is so calm, it's actually a little frightening. I simply must describe this condition for my encyclopedia, but I'll get to that later. I just don't feel like it right now. You're not going to drink like a fish from now on, are you? What? Of course not. How could you think that about me? Me, the greatest scientist of modern times. Nenio licks her lips with intense concentration. Fine. Maybe a little bit. Sometimes. No more than once a year, and only if no one sees me. I've got a reputation to maintain. Congratulations, I guess. Now what? As if for now, the experiment was a success. Just a moment, Nenio stares at you with glazed eyes, shakes her head, and exhales loudly. When she meets your gaze again, her eyes are crystal clear. Alright, I'm fine now. What was that? What was what? A moment ago you were drunk as a skunk, and now all of a sudden you're stone cold sober. Is that so? Nenio looks at the bottle in her hand, thoughtfully licks her lips and nods. It seems that is indeed what happened. Clearly I decided to forget the incident entirely because I no longer need this information. Oh, okay. What I need now is to write an article for the encyclopedia about the influence that alcohol has on an individual's mind. So you can simply forget you were drunk and sober up, just like that? I have simply blocked the deleterious effects of alcohol from my mind. To put it in basic terms, I just forgot I consumed alcohol. The mechanism is similar to the one that I used to get rid of irrelevant memories. It's not overly complicated if you know how to do it. Your abilities are just amazing. What? What were you talking about? Alright, happy I could help. On behalf of future generations, I formally thank you for your assistance in this momentous experiment. Now, I have time to answer your questions. Come on, ask away. I think that's the same as it was. Cool. I'm almost sad. Okay. Nothing new. That's fine. One-eyed devil? Hello. Short, chubby tiefling with a golden eye patch spits chewing tobacco between his feet and takes another pinch from a tobacco box adorned with jewels. Fine day to you, Commander. Welcome to the One-Eyed Devil Trading House. His proud manner suggests that each word begins with a capital letter and perhaps even continues in capital letters as well. Hmm. What have you got? Butter. Need that. Ooh, +4 charisma. That's nice. Infiltrator's armor. That's neat. Adamantine scale mail. Holy rapier. Trading house, it's just a shop. Ah, that depends. There was a time when I had nothing in my pockets but holes, but I did consider myself poor. But did I consider myself poor? No. I consider myself a rich man who was temporarily down on his luck. Optimism is important, not only on the battlefield, Commander. You are the leader of a victorious army that will be chopping all the demons into mincemeat sooner or later. I am the owner of a trade empire, which, as you see, is only starting to grow. Fair enough. How did a tiefling end up on the side of the Crusaders? The answer is simple. The simplest thing there is. This is a good world I like living in it. Besides, it's the only one we've got. I'd love to know what's going on in the heads of the dimwits who are helping the demons destroy it. My best guess is that their horns grow inward, so there's no room for brains. Fair enough. I'm from Cheliax. Tieflings don't surprise anyone there, and they don't like demons any more than we do here. And why should they? The gods went to all the trouble of creating this world. Even Lord Asmodeus and his devils helped with the construction. And now these freeloaders show up after all the hard work is done, just to gorge and break things. Doesn't matter who you pray to, if you want to live, it's your duty to help. Fair enough. Isn't that a risky name for a store for Crusaders? Ah, yes. A week doesn't go by without some dimwit boiling over. Well, they don't pay me to explain the difference between allies and enemies, devils and demons. Lord Asmodeus and all the riffraff like Baphomet and Descari, so they can go hang. The tiefling spits between his feet and swiftly places another pinch of chewing tobacco in his mouth. Here's what I think. You like it, you buy it. You don't like it, keep moving. If you're spoiling for a fight, take yourself off to the tavern. I'm concerned by the nail clippings. Interesting. Why are your prices so high? We're saving the world from demons. That includes you. That's some claim. Did you hear that, good people? First of all, my prices are perfectly fair. They're no higher than you'd find somewhere anywhere else. Second, who's saving who here? Are you prepared to eat bark and fight with rocks and sticks? You know, I have open contracts with dozens of suppliers. I arrange deliveries and do whatever it takes you to get you sharper weapons, better magical items, better food, and you're throwing the extra expense in my face. This is the thanks I get for honest work. What happened to your eye? Should I make up a story about a heroic fight with a horde of demons? Truth be told, this is how it happened. Back when I was a snot-nosed kid, I had just opened my first business selling pies on the street. The local lads quickly took notice of me and offered me protection in return for a small share of profits. The usual, you know. But I was young, inexperienced, and greedy, so I told them to bugger off. Well, they caught me and taught me a lesson. They took it too far, though. I paid for the lesson with my eye, not just bumps and bruises. Ugh, that's rough, bud. It's funny to remember it now, but back then, while it was happening, I was so scared. I thought they'd beat me to death. I remember I came running home in tears, and my mum just started screaming. I didn't have a clue why, and then I looked in the mirror and there there were just shreds and mush where one of my eyes should be. I remembered that lesson all my life. Ever since that day, when I start a business, I find some reliable business partners first. If I'd been born in a merchant family, my parents would have warned me about this, and about plenty of other things too. But I was a poor lad, so I had to learn everything the hard way. It's a miracle how many times I escaped death by a hair's breadth. In fact, it's lucky all I lost was one eye. I can afford a new eye now, of course, but, you know, I just can't find the time. It will cost a tidy sum, and I don't want to take it out of the earnings. And besides, being the one-eyed devil is a big selling point for me. I'd be a fool to get my eye back, only to have to keep it hidden under a patch. Yeah, that's fair. Have you heard about my new powers? What do you make of them? People are saying bad things about you, Commander. To be clear, the speakers may not see anything bad in what they say, but I do. They say you're the chosen of Desna, the most insignificant of all the goddesses. The only thing she knows how to do is flap her butterfly wings and meddle in the affairs of others. They also say you're not a patch on the other crusade leaders, and that you'll accept absolutely anyone under your banner, a former thief, a goblin, a kobold, even a stump with eyes. Interesting. And you've got yourself quite the troublesome pet. I could understand a serious battle dragon, but this misbegotten thing is a dragon with dragonfly wings. She gives you as much trouble as a flock of hundreds of sparrows, and what good does it do you? It's bad business to associate with such creatures. I prefer devils myself, as the terms are clearly laid out in the contract. Fair enough. Nah, I'm not gonna do the nail clippings. This guy's great though. Alright. August. I want to go down here. Oh, that's what the troop is. Cool. House.
Precisely.
Basement? Fair enough. Means the abandoned house is going to be over here? No.
Always watch your back.
Okay. I have a terrible feeling about going through here, but you know. Yeah, those like bloodstains. Well, I tried to figure out what was going on there. Apparently nothing. Hi, Lan.
Careful now.
There's not, in fact, a way into that building.
That's easy. Precisely.
Okay. Random my regards. Okay, cool. Oh, it dropped again. Lovely. Cool. Oh, Captain Parmesan is up top there. That's good to know. Also good to know that they got rid of the arcane circle that was going to be around here. Place has been sanctified. It can protect the area around it from the corruption of the abyss. That's good. Hello. Woman in gold embroidered cleric's robes greets you with a polite bow, her eyes, the color of molten gold, gleam brightly in her dusky face. Greetings, Commander. My name is Arisno. I am a messenger from the Temple of Abadar and in Absalom. I came here assuming the defenders of the fortress could use the services of a cleric. Which one's Abadar? Cool. Perhaps you've heard about the wound that sometimes opens in my chest. Are you familiar with this kind of ailment? Arisno quickly probes you with the skill of an experienced healer. So the wound was right here, and then it disappeared and reappeared. Amazing. No, this is the first time I've ever heard of such magic. What do you think it might be? Can you give me some advice on how to heal it? I want you to try and heal me. Thank you. It all makes sense now. What do you think it might be? I think it is some kind of sorry. Some kind of demonic corruption or particles of chaos from the abyss have entered through the wound in your body into your body and made it so unstable. It sounds quite interesting, incidentally. Judging from the records of researchers of the abyss, stranger things have happened in this cursed place. Can you give me some advice on how to heal it? I am sure that you have already used the purification and chaos warding spells, and for obvious reasons, you do not have the option of leaving the campaign and going on a long pilgrimage to various shrines. Since that's the case, keep a diary. Make careful and systematic entries about your well-being. If it gets worse, record the circumstances under which it happens. I'm afraid this is the only advice I can offer right now. I want you to try and heal me. I'm sorry, but I do not have the right to do that. A healer who makes a blind attempt to heal a patient who is not on the verge of death is an irresponsible fool. You do not seem to be dying, so we will not take any unnecessary risks. Alright, makes sense. Thanks. I could use the help of the clerk. That's precisely why I'm here. Oh! You're the shop! Do you sell butter? I will buy all of your butter. Would it be better to be just sorting this in alphabetical order? Probably. Neat. Half of the pair. Whenever two creatures wearing different halves of this pendant are within 10 feet distance of each other, get a +2 circumstance bonus on attack and circumstance bonus on AC. Me? Battle Mage's headband. +2 to intelligence and charisma. Neat. A ring of pyromania, you say? Whenever the wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, they deal an additional 1d6 +5 fire damage. They also get a +2 bonus to cast level checks made to overcome spell resistance. That sounds like a good ring for Ember. Int Wiz. Where's charisma? Okay. Guessing not. Yep, cool. Never. We've already looked at that. It's fine. Okay. I'm probably going to leave it there for the day. Mostly because it's going to take a good chunk of time to get through Arushale's dialogue, which I want to do. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to call it there. The dropping of the stream isn't going to help either, so save it there. Duck to the main menu. And then we'll open this up and switch over there. Alrighty. Thank you everyone for coming along. I hope you did enjoy. I am terribly sorry about all the dropouts if you're watching this live. Please note, the full thing will be posted on YouTube in, I think it's 2 days' time. If you would like to go watch it over there without any of the issues that did occur, please feel free. If you did enjoy the stream, regardless of the dropouts, maybe hit that follow button. It tells you when I go live. It's a handy little button. Same goes for the YouTube. There's a handy dandy subscribe button. Woo! There's also the Discord if you would like to know ahead of time when I'm going to go live, and the Twitter /X, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it both, because why the fuck not? Anyway, as always, I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. So poke buttons at your own risk. Anyway, I've been Red. Hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Hopefully tomorrow the stream won't drop out as much. Fingers crossed anyway. Until then, have a lovely rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye!